Good evening, everybody. I hope you're doing well tonight. Not necessarily having the best night myself, but here, gonna play around with some stuff that was added in the patch. Possibly not up for doing story night, but we shall hop in and get to it. If it loads, it'll load. It just takes a little bit. There we are. Have mail. Enter the date so that I don't it, because paying for the account isn't enough. Or the house once every 5 days. Okay, entered the house. Outside. They announced the next expansion, Endwalker. But that does. Well, house. Wow. First time I've ever seen that happen. Back, I'm not server. Or welcome in, PK. It's been a long time since I've sat down and played. Okay, cool. Tabletop. Advent cakes. Ear of the ox. Ear of the cow. However you want to put it. House. Talk of eventually moving house, and why is it pink? Damn it, Noel. Damn it, Noel. I like pink, but first piece of furniture ever laid after getting this house was this bench. House? They changed the fence. But I have not been playing, so I'm not yet. Wow, wow, a lot of people are on. So yes, there was an expansion that was announced yesterday or the day before. or what I wanted to do. I don't need to level any of my jobs. Still a Sprout PK. Oh, you made a new character. Got a lot of people on tonight. Ah, weird. Or Permasprout. Yeah, I get that. You transferred off the server, I believe, right? Or went to a different guild? Free company, guild. There. Nice that you can things outside of Saucer. Okay, no worries, PK. Always glad to have you here. Trust. Oh. Want to level the trust a little bit. Buddy. Oh. He can be anything. Good dude, Quintana Revel. Quintana Revel. However it's pronounced. Register. I got a feeling that they're going to be, it's going to be something that continues on in the next expansion. And you'll need to, you'll get like a couple gratis characters, but the rest, I've got a feeling you're going to have to level them. Oh, Jumbo Cacpot. That's right. But this is just to get back in the swing of things, relearn stuff. Not like I feel like I've lost a lot. Many years of muscle memory. Game is different, so you have to acclimate. Like learning when to reapply your dots. So they introduced the trust in this expansion. Basically, if you don't want to wait forever in a queue, get into a dungeon. So I found that the queues are not as long as they used to be. 0.0 plus, 0.0 plus, they would mostly be 20 to 30 minutes for a DPS. Last few times that I've played, doesn't matter what area that I select, I get tossed into a duty. It might also be because I'm level 80 and everything, so being able to access pretty much everything. Yes, you did. Congratulations. Hope things go well for you. And that she doesn't stumble upon all of your vast terabytes of furry porn. Unless, you know, she's into it. Well, you know, that's true of everything. Hey, thank you for the lurk, Chicken Song. I appreciate it. But yeah, unless you've got very strange proclivities, anybody that you share the bed with is going to keep you warm at night. Come on, Thancred, do your job. Made a better rogue than you did tank. Well, technically he had more than one job. There's a reason Minfilia is dead. Yes, I'm okay. Mad bird ring. I'm being a very ineffective bard today. Japanese voice as always. I do not like the English voice cast. For some reason, they don't like to match the vocal stylings that the voices of the cast. So you've got one character that, you know, sounds kind of relatively has a nice baritone voice, and then you go to the English voices and they've got someone like Michael Cera doing the voice. Nope, 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 nope. I'm hit. Nope. Okay. Deep voice versus a voice of somebody that has not hit puberty. And then there's the stuff that happened with Yugiri's voice actress. And the replacement just doesn't sound the same. A lot of the voices are that are changed like that are like for the Lalafell. They decided that the Lalafell needed to have high squeaky voices instead of deep and imposing voices. I believe the one I'm thinking of mostly is the Lalafell that became too Lalafell. Was him or the one that was using him as a puppet? But the English voice was like not on par with what it should have been. Well, everyone's different. I'm not going to say you can't enjoy it. Some people need the English voices. And some people like the German or the French voices. Eat up. Where are you gonna turn? Oh, that's gonna give us a very... Okay, good. Would have given us a very small spot if you'd done it there. Depends on the cutscene. Some cutscenes are faster, some cutscenes are not. Some people will switch through the different the different voices mid-dungeon to make it go faster. Japanese is fastest on the elevator down. I forget which one of the lands you fight that. That might be the Nero fight. Lost the sun. I forgot, they don't like to limit break. And we got loot. The loot. The only major issue I've ever had with doing the thrusts is how long it takes. Because you can usually run through the thrust in about half an hour if you don't die. But if you've got a party, most dungeons take 15 to 20 minutes. But if you're waiting in the queue for like 20 minutes, it's just faster to do it with thrust. Though I would not necessarily recommend doing the trust as a healer. They did not Thancred as a tank is extremely squishy. Yeah, you're the kind of healer that I hate. Used to be that you could just, as a rule. Oh, you want to pull things before? Well, all right, you can pull things, but have fun tanking it. But now it's become so. Even the trash in these dungeons are easier to survive. I still believe in dungeon etiquette. DPS job is to kill things as fast as possible. Healer's job is to keep everyone alive. Tank's job is to pull and get everything taken care of. And especially on bosses, DPS, they're not supposed to stun. Oh, well, you were with people that you knew. And if you're like running a random dungeon with people, it's nice to not be jerk to people. When I tank, I usually take a moment to check out the healer's gear and decide, okay, can I do big pulls, can I do small pulls? And the answer is usually, I have to do small pulls because the healer wants to DPS. I couldn't keep you up. Well, yeah, you're casting Royal, you're casting Stone. Or what is it? Not Stone now, it's something else. Lair. Like they've turned into a Pokemon or something. The healer used Glare. So did they only reveal one new, if you watched it, did they only reveal one new class? I know Yoshi has a penchant for, yeah, he's gonna be doing that at the next, what would have been the European Expo? And then if there's a third one, it would be at the Japanese. Did they give a release date? Or are they going to hold off on that to make sure Blizzard doesn't decide to try to release something at the same time? Sounds good. I can get affiliate, which hopefully will be soon. I've got an average of 2.7 viewers for the last 30 days. In the past 4 days, I've had an average of about 5. You know what I'd really love to do is just like sit down and take a bunch of sprouts through and teach them the ins and outs of low-level stuff.
Uchiharau!
5.5 in April. Deafening cry rings out through the temple. Bat Squatch. Back in the day when I was playing this religiously, day-to-day basis, I decided, you know, once a day I'm going to do a trust, and that lasted about 2 weeks. Why they're only 76. Barrage. And where are you gonna fall? Where are you gonna fall? All those directions. In most fights, if you don't know what you're doing, don't know the fight, it's best to stick with the group. Unless you get something that specifically means spread. And unlike many other games, those mechanics do not change. Symbols for the mechanics don't change. Except for 1 or 2 fights. But it's because they use a symbol that is... yeah. Thinking specifically of T-Rex fight in, what is that? I could look it up, but I'm in the middle of a duty, so I can't check the duty finder list. It's one of the Heavensward fights. You jump to a slime, meet the slime, and then throw out an AoE targeted or a bomb. That's the end of that Bat Squatch. Always, yes, this is this fight. Okay. This last fight is kind of a fun one. Birds. Given flattery. So for those that have not been following Chronicles of the past couple years, mostly last year, I think, the people in this world, when they get corrupted to a point, they turn into beings of light. Because in this world, light is bad, as can be evidenced by the fact that everyone likes the dark, if they can. But when they get corrupted to a certain point, they will change into these things, which I forget the term for. Their various wants and desires in the previous life allowed them to manifest differently. And if PK were here, he'd probably be able to tell me. Yeah, that just goes to show that I have not played this game as much as I could / should have. The gacha games were really, the gacha games really gotcha. Sin Eaters. Yes, they're known as Sin Eaters. It was an ancient practice among Christian belief systems, and potentially others, but specifically Sin Eater is Christian oriented. Have someone come over, they would place a loaf of bread or something on the corpse of someone that had just died, and the Sin Eater would come in and they would eat the bread, which was said to have absorbed the sin, and they were treated like pariahs by everyone, even though they were doing a wonderful service to everyone around them. So it's one of those, I mean, it's one of those instances of really just downright stupid behavior by humans. I mean, on one hand, yes, the person that is the Sin Eater usually did not live a life that was without want, but they were also shunned. So I kind of wonder how many Sin Eaters were did the job by choice. Fin spitter. If you caught the last Chronicles stream, I finished up the 5.2 storylines. And there was a character that was recovering from nearly being turned into one. Everybody was going around saying their goodbyes. LSA went and said bye to him. And he was verbal again. So, progress. Now we fight the final boss, which is a chimeric creature. I'm sorry, it's more of a Cerberine creature. Rend. Yeah, you want to run away from that. The closer you are, the more damage you'll take. Viper poison. Okay, you don't want to get hit by the poison. Then he's going to jump, and he's going to sneeze everyone away. Rather, he's going to suck everyone to him, and then he's going to sneeze everyone away. You don't want to go across any of the poison ground. Now, occasionally, he will target a person for poison. And it's best to run to the side so that not in a place where people can get caught by it when they does the suck and blow. And then there's this where we have to stack. Like this. I'm going to come and stand right there, make sure they don't get hit, and then it's one side or the other. We're gonna get sucked in. We run to the side. We're gonna get caught. Nope. Alpha Nod and his tiny skeleton legs. Oh, nope, 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 run, run. There we go. See, that would have been a kill. If not complete, then mostly. Okay, this is the one where... Okay. Alphanod, what are you doing? You complete and utter cockwomble. I don't think they're going to have a data center visit in 6.0 just because that would require a lot. Because the data centers are literally stored in different parts of the world. And the lag between would be considerable because you wouldn't be transferring data centers, you'd be going through your data center to the next data center. Oh. That would be kinda nice. Oh crap, I'm gonna get hit. It would be nice, but we will see if it actually gets implemented as feasible. I mean, they would definitely have a leg up on virtually every other MMO. Most MMOs you can't, you've got your server or your set of servers that you can interact with. I'd say Guild Wars 2 is the only one that's different because, they will just put everybody on the same server. It's just instanced servers. They only need the one server. One core server, I should say. Anybody level up? Anybody level up? Decent. Yes, we can. Alchemy decent. Evan Stern ticket. Recommend a piece of parchment recognizing services rendered this year's Bugyo. Oh. Oh, don't need that. Cracked Stella cluster, cracked Stella cluster. Cracked Stella cluster. Stella crystal, okay. That's the difference. I certainly hope they give us more inventory in the next expansion. It might be limited to region, that's possible. Why are you not on my friend list? Sale history. Not much. 40, 50 million. There was also mentioning of getting rid of belts. Maybe that's how they're going to give us extra inventory space, is getting belts. Because the belts are not a cosmetic feature. Everything else is cosmetic. The belt is not. You see earrings, you see necklace, you see wrist, you see ring. That's probably why they're getting rid of it. Because you can't use it for cosmetic purposes. Right thing. The only reason I wasn't using that is not as buffed as my previous. Othered feeling. Those need to be tossed in. Best. Yeah. And I need to go to the Gold Saucer and buy tickets. Because the drawing is shortly. I got them all. There's a reason that my title is The Insatiable when you see me. If you are unfamiliar with the title and how you earn it, we're gonna go up to the giant cactpot. If it's a purple weapon, there's a good chance that I've got it. I'm still gradually making my way through the Heavensward weapons. It's just a little bit easier when you can solo the stuff that you need to go through and get. Give it a random number, 9345, purchase. Buy another ticket. Random number, 317, purchase. Last ticket. Oh, 0408. Sounds good. here for a moment. PK has the wonderful brain slug. And Kitty. Whiskers is somebody that I've known like a long time. They were in my free company when I was playing Final Fantasy XI, and they happened to be on the same server when I came over here, reconnected after, so. And there's Phoenix in all his glory. He's wearing a mask. Of course he would be. Well, doing that is easy when you have the right mods installed. I don't play with mods. Yeah, I used to play with sound off, and it's not as enjoyable when you stream. Play with sound off unless you got something else going on in the background. Okay, they're playing the Benny Hill theme now. I am going to go and see, where do we want to explore? Let's get away from this person. Let's spend 5 minutes on a loading screen. Okay. Now I can think a little bit. Playing Minecraft too much, been hitting E to open up the inventory. Let's continue desynthing what we got from that dungeon. That we can sell. Plundered Cuirass. Chromite Mail of Maiming. Might get a minor skill boost. Final Fantasy XI was a fun game, but it had a lot of flaws. I mean, it had a lot of flaws. In order to increase your inventory size, you had to do quests and gather items. What you normally do for quests, but it was before the era of having quest markers. We're told, hey, there's this mob out there that you gotta go find, and then you gotta open up a window and figure out where that mob located. Kind of miffed. I could not get my original account back. I had an account that I had played on Ramu with X. I wanted to get that character back, but play IDs that they had for Final Fantasy XI, they were a randomized number string. So it was like even if you had the activation code for the account, you couldn't access the account unless you had the actual account string. And it didn't send me that information in the emails. I made sure to write it down for my second account. That if I decided to go back, I could. Until it becomes free, I'm not going to be able to go back, because it's just not worth the hassle. On it. Island Explorer. Sell items in your inventory. Inventory. Well, 1,000. Do that. Black daisies. About 1,000. Good ore, high quality. When I was on World of Warcraft at the end of Warlords of Draenor before their next shit show of a expansion, they had a come in and preview this stuff, try to get back into the game. We'll give you a week for free. So I went back and I got on some of my old characters, started selling some stuff off just to, liquidate what I had. And I get an in-game mail from somebody, and they were saying, I noticed that you put this stuff up on the market. I'm the person that sells these things. If you don't take this stuff down, I will destroy you financially in this game. And it's like, what is your problem? So I contacted Blizzard support saying, Yeah, this guy just threatened me in game, and just wanted to pass this along that I'm probably not the only person he's doing this to, so look into it. Within about 2 to 3 hours, somebody got back to me and just, hey, what's going on? Oh, this guy threatened me because I started selling stuff on the market. He said that the market was his, and the GM's response was just, what the fuck? Um, no, the market is not his. Sell whatever you want. We'll look into this, and we'll see if he's made any threats to any other people and take the appropriate action. Except not actually saying that, because they're not allowed to discuss any potential punishments with players unless you're the player being punished. And then it's basically just you agree to the terms of service, and whatever we find is binding. Which is kind of how it is in this game too, but I don't necessarily... I got most of the angry out of myself, so I don't make really stupid decisions in games anymore. I mean, I still make stupid decisions, but not the kind that get my account banned or suspended. I'm just gonna sell this stuff because I'm not gonna be using it. I give up on the Sky Builders Annex stuff. It was fun for about the first day, but it just... If I want to play something grindy like that, where it's just run around and spend hours to get literally nowhere, I'll go and see if Fly for Fun is still active. Yes. Yes. Cloud's Breath we keep, because that can make a flying chair. At Gobi. Yat Gobi. No, we'll keep the oddly... Not sure if that is from that. No, don't want to sell that. The oddly specific items were for crafting. Okay. I think we're good on that. We don't need this. Okay. Well, that just cleared up some inventory space. Not gonna trade. Thanks. House. In one of 3 volumes? No. I still need to finish his quest lines because I did enjoy it. I have a bad habit of not finishing things that I really enjoy. Just because I don't want it to end. Like, I'm sitting on... Since my hip surgery, I have been sitting on finishing one of Tamara Pierce's books. Finished the first 3 in the series. Waiting to do the last one. I don't know why. I think I want to get the next books in the World Saga before I finish that one, just so that I've got somewhere to go to next. She's still writing in that world, so it's really good. Yes, I should go and turn to the gold saucer and grab the tiny tickets. I just needed to get away from the dime store edition. Now, if they were actually playing it, I'd be impressed, but repertoire, they were using a mod. The average Joe is still playing. Good to see. Seeing a lot of new names, which is actually really good to see. Oh, we want the guy that looks like Godbert. Dressed like Godbert. 1, 7, 6. We go for this one. Didn't get away. Got an 8, 3, got a 1, got a 7. Got a high chance of having a 9 here, so we'll take the 3600. You want to get the highest or you want to get the lowest? 9, 8, 1. Because we have the chance there, we will get 36. Oh well. Oh, you're heading out, PK? Well, you're heading out from this server. Oh, okay. Sounds good. And everybody is... Jumbo Cacpot ticket. This Jumbo Cacpot ticket looks to be in order. Now let us see what you have won. You have won extra MGP by qualifying for the early bird bonus. 4343. I think any of mine started with 4. You have a 3 in 10,000 chance of winning this. That's right, it goes backwards. Alright, let's go with my birth year. 3145 BC. With a random 4387. Go here. Self-flagellate. Let's add the turn it into an actual. Alright, got that going. Buy one more ticket. Random 9939. Wonder if there's anybody on here that every time they play, they do the 7777. There should be a bonus if that ever comes up. Just because of all the lore of Final Fantasy. We need to do. It's the problem with coming back after a while. Got a lot that you need to do. And in the what are the those are basically upgrade quests for the original relic weapons. Don't necessarily need them. These I'm actively in love. Enter the Dusk Vigil. Must be completed before. Equip the animated parachute and use Duty Finder to enter the Dusk Vigil. Welcome in, Zoe. Glad to have you here. I have to change something about you. There we go. Our so it's because I trust you very, very well that I'm doing that. Okay, what? Huh. Okay. Thank you for the follow link, Chef. Get it. Now let's see what. Paul is in the chat right now. Chat. Abbott Costello, Average Chicken Song. Thank you, Average. Cortana. Urban. 14XYZ. Sino, thanks. Link Chef and FC. Let's close that and let's actually find some damn direction. Okay. I would enjoy the Gold Saucer more if the music. One of those songs that on the nerve. Thank you, friends. That is absolutely not where I wanted to go. Achievement do I have here? Play me a mountain. Tall tale with the highest. I think I've tried to do that from the end, and nobody wanted to help. A lot of those fate achievements are difficult if you don't get there in the first. After that, everybody's got, and they don't want to go back and do it again. Human Enclave. Mount up and let us see what we. Yes, it's this way. Travel and. If I can finish a thought. This is where I wanted to come. Update weapons, if there are. Want of a give a weapon for Bard. Have that. Forging. Not futile. Oh! So for want of a memory is the next step. Undertake this quest as a bard. Latin is ready to test the power of memories. Right then, as we discussed with Master Geralt, I would ask you to procure memories for your weapon. If I may be frank, it is quite a relief to know that we needn't rely on Mistress Rowena for this endeavor. Fashioning weapons for the new Gunhilda blades was taxing enough on our coffers. Gods, I shudder to think what more she could demand as payment. Ahem, but I digress. Perhaps first we should consider what manner of memory would be suitable for our purposes. They should be memories of battle, of course, but, weapon's lineage can be traced to Bosja, so perhaps memories of battle on the southern front would be ideal. And to add a personal touch, I should think a memorable battle from places in your past would do nicely. Glad to have had you here, PK. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your weekend. By my estimates, we will need 3 varieties of memory, at 20 each. When you've gathered what we need, we can consult Master Geralt on how best to proceed. Memories of the dying can be obtained in the field fighting at the southern front, or from specific fates in specified locations. Memories of the dying can be found at fates in the following 6 locations: Orthus Western Highlands, the Dravenian Forelands, the Dravenian Hinterlands, the Churning Mist, the Sea of Clouds, or Azis Law. I think Zoe's telling you to stay. I like that the mod symbol is a sword. Either they like same colors or they know each other. Blue peeps. Take care, PK. I do appreciate it whenever you stop in. Weeklies from Eden's Promise. You know what? I'm gonna do that too. Just because PK has been so nice. So darn right loyal. PK's still watching. You deserve it. PK's gone. Next time they log in, they're going to see, next time they chat, they're going to see a wonderful little icon next to their name. Okay. Shall we head to the front? Let's see if we can unlock the new Eden fight, since there is new Eden stuff. I don't know where to go. I think it's going to be Mysterium? Unlock? Yes, use the tickets. I'm gonna grab chocolate. And actually, Zoe, do you want a pound of chocolate? I can mail you a pound of chocolate. It is British chocolate, meaning it does not have that nasty butyric acid that they add to make it taste like Hershey's crap. It's, if you're used to the Hershey's chocolate and most American chocolates, it'll take like a day or two to get used to it. But after that, it's like amazing chocolate. Okay, Celia, what do you have for us? If it isn't Sav loitering about the stairs like any old evening. And here I was worried that you'd gone back to your world for good. I was too late. We can discuss that later, okay, Zoe? It's just that I've been thinking about the crystals belonging to the Warriors of Light. And I hear they ended up with you. After you lot defeated the Virtues, I assume you have Ardberts as well. If you ever make a character on this game, do not mute the sounds, because you want to know what type of voice your character has. Indeed, that does seem appropriate. His bond with Seto was deep and enduring. As for the others, I had hoped you might be persuaded to leave them in my care. It was only right that they, like Ardbert, should accompany you on your journey to set this world back on its proper course. Yet you now have a home you must return to, while the first is theirs. After all they did to keep it safe, they deserve to be here to see what its future holds. Oh, don't make that face. I know it's a big decision, but it needn't fall entirely to you. There are others here who would care for the Warriors of Light as much as you do, aren't there? Oh, is this a reunion to all the people that we did for the... Yes, it is. That is exactly what this is. I like that. I really like that. Can't talk chocolate. Oh, that's some damn fine ale. How many should I order for you? I know you ain't much of a drinker, so 6? 7? Someone's an alcoholic. What? You want help deciding the fate of Lamech's Crystal? And the others too? This place have any bigger tankards? Well, if you insist. Lou Reek owes me a few drinks. Plural. We'll make sure he joins us. Maybe find Granson while I'm at it too. You go on and wait with Sarag and Tainer. Order around while I'm out. You hear? You know, cowboy accent does work very well for that character. Good to see you, Sav. What did you say that has Giot so worked up? Crystals, eh? That does sound like a conversation worth getting everyone together for. Did Lurik really promise to pay for Giot's drinks? That's a disaster in the making. Not just hers, rounds for a lot of us. Might be that the lad has yet a few things to learn about the coin and the scarcity thereof. Still, I'm not turning down his generosity. Go and tell the barkeep we'll be needing food and ale for the table. Fine, but please try to exercise some restraint. I'll not carry you back to the room again. I'm not doing voices for everybody. Here we are. How much of a head start did you get? Did I ask him to bring out the cask? I reckon we should hear Sav out first. You're telling me the barmaid was one of Nilebert's companions, not to mention the Shadowkeeper, and from a different world? That's laying it on a bit thick. Certainly raises questions. Quite. Such as how she retains her youthful visage. Not that. I had my suspicions about her. I love it. It's the only female in the group. The other night I was at the counter, quaffing my ale, having a grand time. Next I realize I'm outside without a guild in my name. Ain't the first time. It'd only be the power of the Shadow Keeper. Not that you drink enough to fill a small army. If Sav says it's true, I'm inclined to believe her, which leaves us with the matter of entrusting the crystals to her. She's right that it was Brandon's home, the others too, and it's home to the most important memories. Not all of them good, maybe, but everyone they loved is laid to rest here. I agree. Albert belongs here. Ardbert's crystal is with Seto, in this world. Lamet would want it to be near. Rendere as well, I think. She'd want to be with her friends, in the place that she loved. Seems we all agree. A toast then. A toast then, warriors of light. Warriors of light. Drink up, I'm paying, and as bounty hunters I expect you all to take proper advantage of that. I hate to disappoint, but I'm not much for alcohol. This juice looks nice though. That's not... How did you manage this? Twice the mess in half the time as normal patrons, I swear. I overheard your conversation, by the way. Do you agree with your friends? They would know best. I'll be certain not to disappoint them. Smashy, smashy. Thank you. Feel them. The memories. Why? Why, damn it? All just like Ardbert. I betrayed you, manipulated you, and still... You thought of me as a comrade, a friend, until the very end. That was a wonderful ending to that storyline. We've managed to clean up after you lot, most part. Perhaps next time we should set down a tarpaulin. Nevertheless, I'm grateful for you for entrusting these to me. As long as I live, I will never stop sharing the true tales of the Warriors of Light, of my friends. Of more. Seeing a lot of you together like that, it reminds me of the old days. Hardbird and the rest drinking and bickering and laughing. Drove each other half mad at times, but there was never any question of who'd be there when times got tough. Can't help but wonder, can I? If I'd had companions like that back home, could it have been saved? Not the only one who tried, though. Us stood alone. There was Unukali, Unukalhai. He was working with Eladibus. Yes, he too was one would-be savior of the 13th, was spared his fated demise by Ashian devices. We spoke once after the destruction of our world. The others could be saved, we thought. We yet had parts to play. What he's up to now that Eladibus is gone, though, I have no idea. Has he found himself a new role, as have I? Or does he feel adrift as if we were back then? If you encounter him in the Source, I ask that you help him find a way forward, just as you've helped all of us here. Bad thing is, I don't even recognize his character. I recognize the others. I don't know who she is. You, Kryl. Enter the Solar. Now this bastard I recognize. Well met, Sav. What brings you here today? I'm gonna open my mouth and close it and make like I'm casting a spell. Urianger did praise me of your travels in the first, and what became of Eladibus at long last, but I was not aware that you were working with Silva. I consider her a comrade of sorts, though our time together was short. Looking upon the twisted remains of the world you tried to save creates a bond that few can understand. I've been there. At that time, we spoke of what we hoped to achieve with our newfound immortality, and of our regrets. Though then I believed what had happened to be the natural result of my age and experience, I now think this was merely the painful explanation I could offer myself. Silva is right. We ought to have sought each other out before it was too late. I would not make the same mistake again. Warring Triad gone, I am indeed in need of a new purpose. but to seek it alone is folly. I should like to speak with Silva, assuming such a thing is possible. As I mentioned, she understands how I feel more than any other. Of course, all that I require is your soul. You speak of the spirit vessel, correct? Means by which the scions return to the source. If I understand the principles at work correctly, then it was a near miracle that you succeeded in bringing them back without killing them. Veladibus is to be believed, however. My current state makes me something of an exception in the matters of life and death. In which case there is naught to be lost from making the attempt. Please, say you'll help. We need an expert in spirit vessels. Reanger? Reanger? Yanga. Yep. I must say, he looks better without the mask. Pray, forgive the delay. Thou didst seekest my counsel? Aye, the gifts granted young Nukalhai by Hydelian and the Asians may prove a boon in easing the transition. However, I know not to what extent, nor what might befall thy spirit should it be lost betwixt worlds. Nevertheless, I know that this is my path forward. Please, Urianger. Very well. Thou believest that thou shalt find new purpose in the first. I will do all in my power to see thee safely there. We shall be but a few moments. Mayhap a worthy tome might keep thee occupied whilst I perform the necessary magics. Decent spot, of course. What if I want to wait in an indecent spot? Is done. Pray guard his vessel well. Unukalai, as I and the other scions were on the first. Soul with form, yet no true body. Thus was a simple matter to transfer him, the vessel, using the self-same process as before. Withdraw his essence once across the rift ought to prove similarly straightforward. However, I fear as such an existence cannot sustain light itself indefinitely. Look to the Ashians' example. Their persistent use of flesh and blood vessels surely hath cause. Be it danger akin to that which would have befallen us had we not returned to the source. I know not. But the time may come when the boy requireth a full corporeal form. If this come to pass, I trust that thou shalt come to his aid. For the moment, however, thou needst only convey the spirit vessel to Becklug. Farewell, both of thee. I will be happy when I can upgrade my computer. About time. It's been... Curiosity. Backlog. Back again, are you? I'm flattered that you've grown so fond of Norvant. Or I would be, but you have that expression you ought always wear when you're about to ask me for something. Did what? After all the perils your friends faced and the labors we undertook to return them to your world, brought another soul across the rift? Have you no common sense? Nope. Clearly. Nevertheless, for my own peace of mind, I'll assume you have a compelling reason for this. Removing spirit from vessel will be enough, I suppose. However, it requires a few moments without your breathing down my neck. Also, your friend is unlikely to materialize with clothes on, so I doubt they'll want an audience. You should wait here, perhaps take the opportunity for self-reflection. Oh, very well. At least I tried. We'll find you at the Wandering Stairs directly then. Internet. Want to go to the fence? At least I remember some things. Focus, focus, focus. Speak with someone. Very well. Done the same at my request often enough. How long are we meant to wait for this friend of yours? I do have work to do, you know. Ah, here you are. Pardon the delay. It took some time to acquire robes of an appropriate size. This them? Silva. Unukalhai? Indeed it is. I, trust me. I can hardly believe that I'm here myself. I should think so. When I sent Sav to ask after you, it never occurred to me that you might be able to cross the rift without Ashian aid. My choices and my reasons are my own now. If I'm to have faith in them, in myself, I cannot hide who I am. Speaking of which, Unukalhai was kind enough to fill me in, unlike some, and I was interested to hear of an erstwhile hero of the 13th serving libations at the Wandering Stairs. But that this hero should be you surpasses the scope of even my considerable imagining. Was that you at Grinnis leaked so long ago? Not so long to me, or you mayhap, though I had thought I might at last put those days behind me. But perhaps this is for the best. They're not all bad memories. They never are. I should very much like to hear your story. Could you be willing to share it? Our world, like this one, had its share of would-be heroes, myself and Unukalai. Among them, unlike your warriors of light, however, each was unaware of, or unconcerned with, our fellows. But to fight alone is to fall alone, and the insidious ether of the Aurosite used to seal primals corrupted once noble souls and turned them, one by one, to darkness. Even those who resisted this fate could not escape its consequences. No surprise. Perhaps as we continued to struggle in solitude, we were spared by Ashian machinations, but only as our world met its death. But what if that death could be undone? I was told that much of the first was consumed by light, as our home was by darkness, yet balance and life are being restored to even that scoured land. They call it the empty. If such a thing is possible, then why not the reverse? Could we not bring light back to the 13th? Even the Ashians considered the 13th lost. Thus it was excluded from the rejoining. But what say you? You have a way of making miracles happen. World of Darkness was not in a state I'd consider salvageable. You speak almost as though you've really seen it. Wait. Pardon the interruption, but might I suggest a closer examination of the conditions of the 13th before we form any conclusions? We could use the Crystal Tower to open a void gate, couldn't we? Please? Have you lost your head? The Crystal Tower is not a toy, and you are not to use it to unleash great and terrible void scent upon this world. According to the records, there was a group who worked out how to open small void gates through which to summon minor fell beasts and the like. Magics of that nature should work, though I am unsure if any with knowledge of the original technique yet live. One right over there. How fortunate. Let us inquire with this Tainor immediately. Yes, you do that. In the meantime, I will ready a means for peering into the depths of the void without endangering ourselves. Use these to contact me when you've prepared to open the gate. I want to grab their ears. Good handholds. We shall at the very first opportunity, I promise. Numo are weird. Hey, Tainer. It's always a pleasure, Sev. Aye, but who's your friend? I don't believe we've met. We have not. As I'm not from this world, the situation is rather complicated, but I hope that you might be willing to assist me. It is true that we had the means to open such portals. We call them hollows, and it was through one of these that I was drawn into the rift. What is possible? Not with my power alone. I understand the greatness of your need, and were Albert still at my side, I should be glad to make the attempt. The technique required the combined forces of our energies in resonance. If one person's magics are insufficient, perhaps I could assist. What I can sense, our ethereal reserves are roughly equivalent, and our physical similarities suggest that our energies are not incompatible. I fear you underestimate the difficulty of the task. Albert and I were born for this, and even so, it took us years before our efforts were perfectly in step. I realize that this is a lot to ask considering that we've just met, but could we not at least attempt it? Yours is the only such magic I've ever heard of, if we might actually be able to save my home. May I interject? You will recall that the crystals in my possession preserve the memories of the former Warriors of Light, including Nilbert's ethereal form. And Unukalai here has a particular talent for interpreting the minds and motives of ethereal beings, primals. If I could apply the same principle to interpret Nalbert's crystal, an experiment worth trying. At the least, I'll fetch it. Speak to me now about... Memories of training with Tainer remain. They do. Such strong sentiment with them. Tainer, you should know that Nalbert desired nothing so much as to rescue you, his dearest friend. He held so fiercely to his memories of the technique you mastered together because he hoped that they might be your salvation. Oh, Nilbert. I won't let them go to waste. I will do what I can to help see the 13th restored. Thank you. I won't pretend to understand the half of what's going on here. Just keep them from running headlong into anything too dangerous, will ya? Not what I do. Nothing to worry about so long as you're around, I'm sure. Wicked White, I nearly forgot. I've half a dozen orders to fill. You know where to find me when you've made progress with the gate. Next quest. Next quest. If you have no objections, Tainer, I would like to practice creating hollows as soon as possible. Of course, but not within the Crystarium. If we succeed in opening even the smallest window into the realm, it is likely that fell creatures will emerge. Follow me. Into the wild blue yonder. I'm just trying to finish the chocolate that I opened like half an hour ago. I can fly! I can fly! Nothing to see here. Assuming no adventures near, this location should be suitable. Unukalai. I've given the word. Begin channeling your ether. Albert's memories will have told you as much, but it is imperative that you maintain focus on our ethereal resonance throughout this process. With that in mind, Sav, I ask that you take care of any creatures that emerge from the hollow. They should not be a strength that challenge you, and it will follow, and it will allow us to adjust our attunement without risk. Let us begin. Come on, blow where I tell you to. Let me attempt to match your focus. Well, they certainly matched faces. It opened. It's small, but enough to let something through. Be ready, Sav. Oh. So cute. That was far too much effort for such a small gate. On the contrary, given that this was your first attempt, incredible that you did it all. Now try synchronizing your breath with mine, focused on the rhythm of the ethereal flow. Alright, I'm ready. Grimace! There you go. Aha, a larger hollow. Of course, the void scent may be proportionately stronger. Don't worry. I'll hit him with so many arrows you won't be able to mistake them for a bird. Boom. Where your breath ends, mine begins. Where it flows, mine follows. Together. Together. Unbelievable. Full attunement so soon. Be ready, Sav. Bows out. Oh, that looks really cool. I do not recognize that. I think I've grasped the principle now. I only need remembering the feeling for next time. I almost feel as if I do remember it. Your ether is somehow familiar. But that's impossible, of course. Now that Tainer and I are capable of performing the necessary magics, I should like to make an attempt at investigating conditions on the 13th. Might I trouble you contact Becklug? Sav, are you there? I hope you've not lost focus on the void problem. I have an exciting breakthrough to share. A work of Porksy-related genius, if I do say so myself. Becklug, excellent timing. We've made a considerable progress as well, and are ready to open a portal when you are. Well then, what say you meet at the Laxon Loft forthwith? It's far... Excuse me. What say you meet me at the Laxon Loft forthwith? It's far enough from any major aetherites as to avoid the sort of ethereal interference that would be a hindrance to our observation of the void. Very well, we will see you at this Laxen Loft anon, or as soon as I can locate it. I'll lead the way. I am too eager. I too am eager to be the one to step nearer to our goal. You don't mind if I think of it as our goal, do you? I would be honored. Thank you, Tainer. Where are we heading? We're heading to the Laxen Loft. See, one thing that I've really enjoyed about Final Fantasy XIV is that old content remains relevant. So that even if there's an expansion and you've got, like, all the players maximum level, they can still go back and help new players without, I mean, like, actually help them do the content instead of, you know, running them through it or rushing through stuff. And with most of the relic weapons, you have to go back and do older content to strengthen them. So it revitalizes old zones. Is very good for keeping the population spread across different things. It appears backlog has yet to arrive. Patience, Unukalai. I hoped you weren't waiting too long. A Porksy. Or is it Porsche? What? Didn't think I'd want to see this for myself. 13th was my home too, if you recall. Right. Though, as I explained, we won't be the ones doing the seeing, strictly speaking. This familiar will gather all the information we need, assuming you two can create a hollow for it to pass through. By our powers combined, you are a dimensional rift. That will do nicely. Now fly, my Porksy, fly. Well, it's made it in. Something is coming out. My, that is an ugly one, isn't it? Only ugly because it's got a humanoid face. Valen. More? Nope, just the Dvalin. Thank you for clearing that up. The Porksy ought to be back any moment now, though I can't sense it. Odd. Perhaps it was lost. If Sav created an etheric beacon as she did for me, it might find its way back more easily. That may work. Give it a go. I wasn't expecting this to be a long quest chain, but it's fun nonetheless. Keep at it. Aha! A distinct Porksy-like resonance. Presence. I see the snout. There we are. Now close that hollow before anything follows. I believe it has performed its task thoroughly, as instructed. Good, Porksy. With luck, its observations may indeed lead us to the means of driving the darkness from the 13th. However, I will need to review its findings in detail before I can tell you more, and it could take years to deduce a suitable solution. I admit that I'm impatient to find a way forward, but I have endured millennia and with half as much hope as I have now. If I must wait, then that is what I shall do. Like Sav and your Warriors of Light, I will persevere until my world is safe once more. That is what a hero does. I think you'll make a good one. You as well. That's the end of the excitement for the time being. We should all head back over to the Wandering Stairs. Clear out that pall of anxiety Sarah is spreading all over the place. I'm doing. Gonna take us to the pendants. This is Captain's. We're going down. Ah, you've returned hale and whole. Not that I had any doubt you would, of course. And how did your search of the Hollow go? We have the information that we need to save the 13th. It may be some time, years maybe, until we can be certain, but I will be here for as long as it takes. On that subject, I've been thinking. Would you be interested in joining us, as a bounty hunter, I mean? Sarah and I hunt down sin eaters and other threats. First was saved, but it remains far from safe. You could help us protect the people here. I think I would quite like that, protecting people. If I can do that, then perhaps I will find the strength I need when the time comes. Waddle, waddle, waddle. Strength, you say? Sounds like you could use a dwarf with a massive hammer. I may have shared the tale of the 13th with a few other noted hunters. I know what it feels like to fight for something you've already lost. You need to find a way to make it right. I know that it's not easy to fight on your own, inconvenient as that little truth may be. Thus, a new team is born. This calls for a toast. I don't object, so long as this lot carries their weight. I'm a bounty hunter, not a puka herder. Puka. Puka herder. Thank you so much, all of you. I would be honored to fight at your side. I shall do my best to justify the faith you have shown in me, and to save my home. Someday I hope we can visit it together. Completed. We're gonna be one last thing with a non-gill. Nope. There we are, friends indeed. That quest is completed. The Minstrelling Wanderer, so that is where he is in the world. I don't recall that being there earlier. Of course, we can't pass through the building. Note to self, if ever there is a chance to develop a game, make sure that when people are inside cities, they have an increased movement speed regardless of anything else that's going on, so that they can get where they're going. What do you have for me? You're not Yoshi. As a sinner of the world, you must surely have all manner of exciting experiences to share. I pray you regale me with your finest, that I may inspire me to write a song that shall echo in eternity. We unlock Warrior of Light incarnate, you say? Consider me intrigued. Pray, tell me of this tale. Make like I'm casting a spell on you. Such a fierce battle unfolded atop the tower? Culmination of a conflict spanning eons? By your hand did you strike down this Elidibus, thereby putting an end to the Ashian menace. If you not prevailed, we would not be enjoying the peace which we now have. We all owe you a tremendous debt. Yet I cannot help but spare a thought for the defeated. Though history will paint them as villains, the Ashians were driven by a deep and abiding desire, to which all men may relate. When one imagines the anguish and sorrow they must have felt, victory seems to lose favor. Maybe I could unlock Emerald Weapon. So such thoughts trouble even she who dealt the felling blow. I am neither a philosopher nor a leader, just another minstrel. So pray, allow me to speak of it in the language that is near and dear to the minstrel's heart. Love. When two men fall for the same woman, even should all things be equal, the feelings of one is destined to be unrequited. Not true. Thus is there never a shortage of the broken-hearted drowning their sorrows in taverns. Nary an evening goes by without me being called upon to sing mournful ballads of loves lost. Yet in spite of the pain that love inflicts, man can stop seeking it out no more than he can choose to stop breathing. Nay, he will never cease to struggle to find love, no matter the weight of sorrow and regret he bears. The yearning and desire drives him on. For love is the greatest emotion of all. It is a veritable force of nature, transcending reason as it moves us into action, causing old wounds to tear open anew again and again and again. Yet by the same token, it makes the love at which we finally arrive all the sweeter, and we should savor it and let nothing diminish the joy it brings. Even should you taste bitter defeat, the sorrow you feel is testament to the strength of your passion, the flame that burns silently within you, perceivable only to you and you alone. There is no need to extinguish that flame. Nay, let it burn until it is spent, and one day, the ashes it leaves behind will become something more than the remnants of your pain. True. Aha, such are the words of a minstrel, my friend. They must be somewhat open to interpretation, that the listener is allowed to find their own meaning. But I digress. We were speaking about the battle between the warrior of light and the warrior of darkness, and such a battle it was, an exemplary subject for song. I believe I shall place the focus of the piece upon the climax of the confrontation, the better to weave an enthralling epic. What unlocks? The epic of two heroes, one arrayed in light, one clad in darkness. Seed of Sacrifice. Guessing that is Hades. Hard mode. No. That is... Iron Grasp is Hades. Oh, Hades. Either Sacrifice is one against... What's his name? Oh, that is old content. I should have unlocked that before. No, okay. Okay, yeah, Seed of Sacrifice is the one with the Warrior of Light. My mistakes. Okay, let's go and find quests. Head out into Lakeland before we teleport anywhere. Golly, it's nice to have an auto run. Okay. Any quests? Not. Rakatika Greatwood. Bow. Oh, there's a mount that drops from that place. I'm looking for quests because I might unlock some stuff. Did Just came from Lakeland. I have not seriously played this game in probably a year. Make amends. That looks like it's going to be part of the Puppet Bunker section. But we will come back to that one because I don't necessarily want to walk through that at the moment. Meringue. On the map. There is a quest here. It is the appropriate quest. And this is what will probably give us Eden. Ah, so the rumors for your knack for being in the right place at the right time are true. You see, we've just completed our preparations for another expedition into the empty. Yep, this is Eden. Miss Rin and Miss Gaia agree that it's high time you all went to see how things are coming along. Though I must say, being at their beck and call night and day does test my patience on occasion. Well, well, fancy seeing you here. It's like a miniature, Jessica Jones. We were just getting ready to ride the Sky Slipper. Care to join us? There was one other thing I should mention before you depart. Now that the situation in Yomor has settled down somewhat, my associates have made some headway in investigating your past, Miss Gaia. That's so. I thought that's what you wanted. So did I. But I quite like the way things are now. Digging around my past might, I don't know, spoil it somehow. Besides, uncovering the truth behind the voice in my head and my strange powers is bound to be more interesting than whatever life it was I had in Yomor. I understand. We'll find the answers together, just like we do everything else. I mean, from the ice crystals that we found after this battle? It sure would have melted by now, but it seems Rin was right. And yes, we had it made into a necklace. She insisted that I have it, even though it doesn't suit me at all. Still, I suppose it makes a nice memento, so I keep it somewhere safe. Oh, come on, Gaia. It'd look lovely on you. Wait, you're not embarrassed to wear it, are you? Don't be silly, of course I'm not. In any case, I wouldn't want to lose it while we're in the empty. Unlike the coffee biscuits you brought along, I can't just go and buy another one. Ah, they were supposed to be a surprise for Sav. In case you're wondering, I haven't been neglecting my training. I wouldn't want my skills to get rusty just because Thancred's not around. I'm ready for whatever lies ahead. Rianger would also be pleased to hear that you've had your head in the fusty old tomes. I've even done a bit of studying myself, after all. It's up to us to take care of the empty now. I'm looking forward to seeing how things have changed since our last visit. Come on, let's head over to the derrick. We just did a 270 turn. Alright, so we're gonna get some raiding done in tonight. If anybody wants to come along for first run bonuses. Well, there's one thing that I will say about the designs of the worlds. They appear epic no matter small or large. I don't suppose you fancy taking the helms this time. Wait, I'll pilot this time. Oh, I didn't realize you knew how. While you were off training, I was practicing with another sky slipper they have at the Crystarium. Really? That's fantastic. Hardly. You've been pulling more than your own weight, and I wanted to do what I can to contribute more. You two can sit back, relax, and leave it to me. 3 hours later, there's a smoldering pile of charred remains in the middle of the empty. There's no need to look so apprehensive. You know, let's get going, shall we? Spell speed or skill speed? Are you wanting to come with Zoe? So strange suddenly seeing you at the controls. Why didn't you tell me you'd been practicing? I thought I'd surprise you, that's all. Well, consider me surprised. All this time I thought you were only good for smashing things with your hammer. Bring that up again and you can walk the rest of the way. I'd best behave. I wouldn't want to get stranded in the empty and miss the festival. I suppose this is the first you would have heard of it. We haven't exactly been keeping it a secret, but it's still in the planning stages. You see, the return of the night sky has brought lots of changes, and while everyone is glad, the reality is it's also been quite stressful, having to adapt to a new way of life. Seeing how hard our elders are working to keep the Crystarium running, youths like myself came up with the idea of hosting an event as a way of expressing our appreciation. Once we return from the empty, I'll be helping as one of the organizers. I wouldn't be so sure about that, but I'd try my best to make it a success. If everything goes well, and all you'll need to do is turn up and enjoy yourself. How about you, Gaia? Would you like to help with the festival? What's that? I haven't been listening. Ah, my leg is cramping up a bit. Piloting this thing must have made me more tense than I realized. Then let one of us take over. No, I'll be fine. Well, as long as you're sure. But if you feel like switching places, just say the word. No, how can this be? I think that explains it. Light? Does this mean there's been too much of it in the empty? I'm no expert, But this might be the result of losing control when you restored the ice element. Even though I tried to use darkness to hold back the light spilling forth, it seems it wasn't enough. And we're right back where we started. This is all my fault. No, Rin, you mustn't blame yourself. Have returned to me. Restore the darkness while you still can. Familiar voice, inescapable fate, promise of salvation at the precipice of ruin. Remnants of a lost past, I would find my truth. Oh no, that was Gaia, not... That was... Gaia appears to be conversing with the voice inside her head. Or darkness. What did you say, Gaia? Restore the darkness to the world flooded by light. That's it. We thought we'd restored the balance up to 6 elements, but perhaps they're still too strongly aligned with the light. If that's the case, maybe we can set things right by using darkness. By using darkness? Are you serious? But hold on. It might actually work. Gaia, that's a brilliant idea. I wouldn't go that far. I just remembered what I learned during our adventures, that's all. But this does mean we'll need to call on your services again, if that's alright with you. We've come this far together, and we'll see our mission to the end, to Eden's core. We're gonna get some raid time, we're gonna get some raid time. Right, let's get started. But, were there any primals aligned with darkness? I can't seem to recall any. You mean there isn't one? The Ashian's Guard, Zodiarch, may be suitable, but we need something that Sav has actually encountered, and preferably defeated. Well, does it have to be a primal for it to work? If it's just a lot of darkness that we need, perhaps there are other ways to get it. You may be right. What we ultimately need is a state of highly charged darkness. It shouldn't matter what form it takes. Does anything come to mind, Sav? I dare say the flood of darkness had a fair bit of darkness. You mean the catastrophe that swallowed the 13th and turned it to a lifeless void? We might need something on a slightly smaller scale. A cloud of darkness? I can't begin to imagine how powerful it must have been. I'd say we found the perfect candidate. But where to find a suitable place, one where darkness is strong? It won't be easy in a world flooded by light. Well, we've got the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Darkness right here. It seems like a good enough spot to me. But what about the light-aligned ether that's all around us? That's where you come in. You can suppress the light while I draw out the darkness. By combining our powers, we can make it work wherever we are. Combining our powers. Yes, between us, there's nothing we can't achieve. Don't be afraid, Gaia. I'm not afraid. Very concerned that this will all go horribly wrong. Which is the same thing, I suppose. Anyway, certainly not easy coming up with these plans by ourselves. That's true. When it's over, we can reward ourselves with all sorts of delicious treats at the festival. Festival? What do you mean? We spoke about it on the way here, remember? I asked if you wanted to take a part. I was busy piloting the Sky Slipper, so I probably wasn't paying attention. Oh well, not to worry. We can talk about that later. Right now we've got a job to do. Are you ready, Zoe? Maybe not. I'll draw out the ambient ether. I'll shift its alignment to darkness. Now, Sav, focus your thoughts. Memories of the cloud of darkness enshroud your mind. Eden's promise, Umbra, now accessible. I can wait for my friends. Okay. Well, my wonderful viewers, we're going to get into this early. We're almost done with the boss. They're done. They're going to probably take a short little break, then join me here. I don't know if they need to hit the restroom or whatnot. Yeah, today, getting ready to go out and run an errand, and I found out that my little um, plant was dying. Its leaves are still green, but its stem has turned yellow, and it's got a large black spot on the side of the plant. So it's basically been my pet for the last decade or so. So it's the one plant that I've had that has lasted a long time. I was attached to it. Going to get something to replace it. I like having a plant in my room. Still just a little depressing. Having something that you've taken care of for years die. I don't know why. Apparently Void Arc is one of the ones that you need to enter into for the recent stuff with style combat. Oh, wait. Raids. Hidden Verse. Umbra. Oh, I can't go into Umbra. The fuck? Okay, it'll be a second, Zoe. I'm gonna check my homestones and see if I can buy gear to get myself up there, because 485 required. I'm 481. So we're not gonna be going in there tonight. It's gonna take more. More. See if I can buy any gear. I always raise the tiers just a little bit every time. But many times I've seen people in very high level gear doing stupidest stuff and dying. Okay, Disciples of War 490. Station 520 stuff. I don't have. Okay. Alright, let us travel to the market board. Closest. Glad I checked before going in. Go mouse. Good to see you, Go. Market board. It's nice to recognize names. chest, body. None for sale. Oh, that's the ornate. Okay, yeah, that'll be worth it. This is probably going to give me a rather large. Not going to cost me much. Probably an expected past. Paste. Going at 1 gil below. Or kick boot. Let's read. Blended gear. Equip. That is ugly, so we glamour plate. Update the gear. And we gain 10k hit points. Alright, so I'm at 495 now. Should be enough to get through all of the New Eden stuff. I shouldn't need materia. Great, is it? Critical hit. You're a tank. One other thing that I'd love to see in a game like this is a bank with an interest rate. The longer you keep your money in there, more interest accrue. And that is a way of not necessarily punishing those that are playing, but a way of rewarding a way of making sure that people that return don't have a lot to catch up on. The market goes just nuts. I mean, the market on Final Fantasy XIV is actually been pretty good. When a new expansion comes out, things sell for a lot of gil, and as the expansion peters out, things drop back down to a regular price. It's like the gear that I just bought. When it became brand new, it was probably 1 to 3 million per piece. I got them all for less than 100k. So all benefit to coming back a little late. Keep forgetting my beard's not braided right now. I go to reach for the braid and it's not there. Let's see who else is on. White Bark. See, Ivory's one of the best people I've ever met in this game. A damn storm spear. Fair. Sometimes fights happen and people wipe. I think has happened. They were at 30% on the boss just a moment ago. I don't know if that's savage or not. I'm gonna guess it's not savage. Just for the weekly. Every week it resets at day. Early hours of Tuesday. Everything resets. Getting the Tomestones of Revelation. So glad that they got rid of the cap on the scripts. Okay. I have missed out on so much. Wait, let's go and what the Umrah. Dwarves were made available for crafting. Now the thing is, every expansion you want to do the Beast Tribe quests because they culminate in a find amongst them type of quest. orchestra. Okay, looks like I've got to advance storyline in order to unlock it. Makes sense. I haven't been playing Genshin Impact much, and I think the main reason is that it's fun, but it tapers off sharply as to what you can actually do in the game. And dailies that took, less than an hour before are now taking 3 or 4 hours, whereas most other games it's been the opposite. The higher your level, the easier things have gotten accomplished stuff. And add in all sorts of random crap. It's not as enjoyable. I mean, I have some valid criticism of the game. It is a free-to-play model, and they did add in some bonuses for people that are on the free-to-play. It was actually something they didn't have to do, but they did. They apparently also replaced one of the voice actresses. And Barbara has gone from a cheerful character to a depressed character. I don't know if that's part of storyline, but storyline is kind of moot in that game. At least it feels like it. I grabbed a bottle of water as well. Okay. I think one of the main reasons that I've kind of fallen off with that is not only the time required to actually accomplish anything in the game. You are forced in a higher level instance than you are functionally capable of doing. So it makes everything, the world levels change. And if you just want to go up one stage, then that's kind of an issue for the trying to articulate. So if you only want to go up one world level, you have to complete a quest, but completing the quest will also unlock not just the next world level, but the one after that. And they really should have it gated at each point where you do not need to, where you can decide to advance instead of automatically being forced over into the next tier when your characters are dramatically underleveled or you don't have the right gear. You can still run the dungeons that they have in that game at a lower level, but that doesn't necessarily help you as much going forward. The other aspect that just really irks me is you have to advance the quest lines in order to crossplay. You want to have your friends come visit you, you want to go visit your friends, you can't do that unless you advance the main story, which the main story has not been very engrossing. It's like that one quest chain that we just ran through tonight honestly felt like a lot more story than everything I played in 1.0, 1.1, and 1.2 of Genshin Impact. That was just a side quest here. So that is one of my issues. And I'm okay with the model that they've built, the gacha style model. Because they have it set up that every within like 100 summons, it's like every 100 or 200 summons, you're guaranteed to get a 5-star character. That's just the way that they've got the algorithm set up for it. If you get it before then that resets. Actually encourages people to try for getting the characters, because you do need multiple characters in order to advance. Which I do feel is a bit... There needs to be an alternate way to skill up the characters. Because some of the characters are useless until you get the certain skills up. So, are we ready? That is, there are drawbacks to the pay-to-win models. And I apparently don't, from what I've learned from friends that are playing Genshin, you need to min-max. You need to find gear that helps that min-maxing aspect. So, it could just be that I'm not playing the game the right way, and I have issues with that in other ways. It's like, people that... You can say that you're going to play Skyrim a certain way, I haven't played Skyrim, but I've heard, I know a bit, and people will say they're going to play Skyrim a certain way, but most of the time everybody eventually defaults into a stealth archer, because it's just the easiest way to play the game. Oh. But, so, right before I kind of stopped playing, right before I stopped playing it, I should say, um, I had just gotten my second 5-star. And the problem with that is that I don't have the resources to level 5-star up appropriately. I think she's stuck at like 70, maybe 60. So, in order to make her effective in the team, I have to go out and do a bunch of other stuff that requires higher level characters. And I just don't have ability to do it. So there's that wall of being forced into an area. See, if it was one tier down, one world level below where I'm at, I'd be golden. I'd be perfect. But because I was forced into world level 6, I think it is, yeah, I'm struggling. And when it's a struggle to do the things that before it was like challenging but fun, it's now grueling and impossible. I think it took me, 20 minutes to kill the wolf by myself, whereas before it was about 10 minutes. And don't get me started on the fact that, the frontal cone seems to not have an actual set direction of where the cone is. It like changes direction, even though the animation's towards the front. I'm standing right behind it and get hit by it. Alright. Umbra! Oh. Kamui as well. So, yeah. It's got things that need to be tweaked, and it's just, I'm gonna go back and see what it's like this next week, because they had a 1.3 patch out. So, I will find out. I'm not sure if I'll stream that. I might. But it's just been more frustrating than fun. When the game becomes more frustrating than fun, you gotta move on. It's really frustrating having to go and do... having to go and advance storyline just so that you can request help. And when the mobs are linked to the world level, they always toss the mobs that are a pain in the butt to try to kill. That's reminiscent of the main antagonist in Final Fantasy X2. Wilhelmina Veras. Everyone's standing back. I'm gonna stand back with the range DPS. That going. Move in, get the AoE heals off on me. Side angle particle beam. Particle beam, particle beam. So far we're on top. Top of things. Empty plane, don't know what this is doing. No one's running around, so raid-wide AoE. Got it. Flood emergence. Ah, this is gonna be interesting. What? Oh. Oh, got it. That is a cool, crap, that's gonna hit. I'm dead. Okay. That was a cool, interesting mechanic. Oh dang, I do have low hit points for me. Except the raise. That is BS. The immunity should prevent you from being knocked back. I could barely stand up and then I got knocked back. Okay. Phaser. Okay, everybody's running over here. That's why. Okay. I would not have expected that. Oh crap. Darkness. Can't stay alive. Okay, do we need to stack on that or do we get away? Okay, we apparently do not stack for that. Run, 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 run. I'm hit. Empty plane. I'm natured within myself. Back to this phase, so hopefully I don't die. Pay attention to the various things. Condensation. Have an idea of what direction it goes. I'm just trying to figure this out. so we'll reach a point where it gets a edge on it. Get hit by that. Can't heal myself. Woods. No clue what that is. I lived that time. Now we hug the Z-Boss. Let's get stuff going. Okay, what do we do with this? Okay, I see. Run towards it. And get killed. Bad Vibrations. Nice name. Okay. Deluge of Darkness. Grade-wide AoE. I'm so used to being like raid leader in Sense. It's kind of odd not knowing the fights. But it's also beneficial. And learn to have fun. Ground-raising particle beam. Grade-wide AoE. Hero form particle beam. We're almost down to fire. Plane. We can bring the boxes up again, right? Yep, brought the boxes up again. Bit of Ampus. Oh, I see. Clouds are in this one too. I didn't see that before. Hey, we can do an Apex. Almost done. Dead. Oh. And no limit break used. And 20 elegant stones. But yeah, she looks like Diamond or Heart, or Final Fantasy X2. Loot. Let's angle and pass on everything else. Get one bangle. Okay. Preston. That all went surprisingly well. Of course, we have Sav to thank for slaying that ghastly creature. You're fantastic, Gaia. Anyone would think you were an old hand at this. You weren't so bad yourself. We make quite a team, don't we? We certainly do. I don't know about you two, but I'm itching to see whether our hard work has paid off. Let's head back. Spell speed? Spell speed last time? It did. The plants are just as lifeless as they were. Maybe the light's influence is still too strong. What in the world? That's new. Fleeting hues and endless warmth, a gentle light washes over me. Of hope once lost. I is more than a little vexed that your last outing did not result in greater changes in the empty. He kept the scales away from the light, I'm sure of it. Something's wrong. Very wrong. For 100 long years... For 100 long years I have waited for this moment. I knew it. You've been hiding inside Eden all this time. Another Ashian. Like cockroaches. Ashian. I am Mitron, servant of Zodiac. That voice that has whispered to me all my life. Indeed, and thanks to you, I am all but free from my prison of light. Does that mean Eden was used to also seal away an Ashian? Wait, that is Eden, an Ashian transformed into a Sin Eater. I've heard enough about Ashians to know that they're nothing but trouble, but I've never imagined one of them was behind all this. I thought that restoring the darkness was my idea, but this was your plan from the very beginning. It was, but all it took was the slightest suggestion. The rest was entirely your own doing. Ah, my freedom is so close, I can almost taste it. Finally, my soul may journey beyond the flesh to which I am yet bound. I knew you would come for me, Gaia. Don't flatter yourself. You've caused me nothing but pain. If I've helped you, it wasn't intentional. Even now your memories elude you. Hearken unto me, Gaia, and remember. In an age past, the world knew you as the 13 was flooded by darkness. Like ripples in water, the repercussions were felt in the other shards. None more so than here on the first. It became perilously imbalanced and susceptible to the influence of light. Were light to consume the first as darkness did the 13th, it would likewise become a lifeless void lost to our cause. We could not allow this mistake to be repeated. It's our duty to safeguard this world from the selfsame fate. After a time, Emmet Selk conceived a plan to trigger a rejoining, utilizing the very light we had labored to keep in check, and tasked us with bringing the plan to fruition. But at the last we were thwarted by Ardbert and his companions. Though our resolve was strong, theirs was stronger still, and as we fell, so too was the light unleashed. For us, however, death is not the end. Though our bodies may perish, our souls live on, withdrawing but temporarily into the rift. Till you can find a new body to possess. I too would have been reborn, but ere my soul could leave its corporeal form, Ardbert struck me with the blade of purest light, and that light enveloped my body, twisting it beyond recognition. Eden, the first Sin Eater. My soul felt such agony as I had never known, and then I knew no more. In my insensate, the instinctive state, influenced by Ardbert's fervent desire to banish darkness, I unleashed the light burgeoning within me, and it spread as an all-consuming wave to every corner of the world. The flood of light. So that's how Sin Eaters came to be. All would have been lost had not the one called Minfilia appeared, halting the light's inexorable advance. She saved what little still remained of the world. In the process, she also restored me a sliver of my consciousness. Though I remained trapped in my altered form, motionless, I was capable only of a feeble whispering. Selk, couldn't he have saved you? Perhaps he could have, if such had been his wish. Far easier, however, to simply find another piece of my fractured soul to replace me. From his perspective, there was no need to intervene and potentially disturb with the balance of ether, and so here I remained. So after you failed, he left you out here to rot? Some friend he turned out to be. Thus abandoned, I called out for what seemed like an eternity to the only soul who could save me. You, Gaia. All this time you are calling to me for help? Yes, but you had forgotten me, forgotten our duty. Though vestiges of your true power remained, you could not wield it at will. Time went by and eventually change came. The light began to subside and the dark of night returned. Gradually, my voice grew stronger until I was able to exert my will over you. You wanted me to free your soul from Eden, which is why you had me attack it. Another plan that ended in failure thanks to Sav. Indeed. Thankfully, for your subsequent attempts to restore this barren land allowed Eden to absorb more and more ether, aligned closer to darkness, gradually eroding the cage of light that holds me. Owing to your most recent events, my mind is wholly my own once more, and I am able to project my image beyond those confines. And all this time we've been helping to free an Ashian? That's a fine tale, but why should I care about any of it? What are you to me? Come with me to Eden's core. There, all shall become clear. Wait! Just realized something. If Eden has been absorbing all that rebalanced ether, that must be why we've struggled to restore life to the empty. I suppose we can think about that later, though. More importantly, it seems I've lost control over Eden, most likely because of the Ashian. Urianger specifically warned us about not listening to the fairy's honeyed words, so we'd better think this through before we go rushing in. Oh, if only he and Thancred were here now. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, Gaia, I shouldn't be so quick to lose heart. What? No, that's not what I meant. Poor Urianger and Thancred. Wait, I know those people. I'm sure of it. But why can't I remember them? I thought something was strange when I mentioned the festival on board Eden. It was as though he had no recollection of our earlier conversation. This is most likely connected to Mitron. Damn it all. What more is that fiend gonna take from me? To tell the truth, the thing that frightens me the most is that you might forget about us. That won't happen. For every memory I lose, we'll make two more together. And if I need to know something, I can just ask you. Why not start by telling me about Urianger and Thancred? To be honest, my nerves are all jittery. So I need something to help me settle down before we confront Mitron. Urianger is probably the most intelligent person I know. He spends a lot of time reading, but he also says you can't learn everything from books and encouraged me to go out and see the world for myself. Sounds sensible to me. Much better to experience things firsthand than to read about somebody else's. Like those coffee biscuits, no book could ever describe how good they taste. Is there anything else you can tell me about him, Sav? He is devoted to the study of prophecies. Prophecies are funny things, if you ask me. If people know that something terrible is going to happen, they'll go and prevent it, which would make the prophecy untrue. I wonder what Urianger would say to that. As for Thancred, he's the one who freed me from Yulmore. At first I thought of him as my knight in shining armor, but really he was much more than that. We traveled all over Norvand. He helped me become the person I am today. He even gave me my name. That would explain how he was able to sneak into Yulmore and rescue the damsel in distress, just like in the songs. I'm hardly a damsel in distress. Well, I suppose I was back then, but Thancred taught me how to fight and survive. Actually, while we're on the subject, that gunblade over there belonged to Thancred. As far as mementos go, it's a bit on the cumbersome side, but it reminds me of our adventures together. Even though there's very little chance I'll ever see him again, still feels like he's here with me. Keeping your memories close. You know what? I should keep a diary. Even if I forget everything, at least I will have something to look back on. It's a brilliant idea. Since we're going to be making lots of new memories together, maybe I could write in it too. As long as you improve your handwriting before you go scrawling all over it, I'd like your entries to be vaguely legible if you don't mind. Of course, your ladyship. But before that, we've got an Ashian to deal with. Let's get this over with. Okay. We came as you asked, so start talking. Why settle for mere words when I offer something far greater? Eden will now afford you a glimpse of the past. More than a glimpse, in fact. It will be as real as any of those foes yourself have conjured. Conjured forth? Wait, you don't mean to perform a summoning, do you? I do. I shall recreate the battle of 100 years past, which pitted Ardbert and his fellow warriors of light against their nemesis, the Shadowkeeper. That's so. Seemed much more has occurred during my absence. No doubt he employed creation magics to breathe life into his recollections of the past. What do you hope to achieve with this history lesson of yours? You shall see. You shall remember. Now your very soul will revisit that fateful day 100 years ago. That would be a fun costume to make. Gaia, you can't trust Mitron. If you do, you'll end up being manipulated again. You're right. My days of being controlled by this demon are over. I have a new life now, and I won't let anyone take that away from me. My will is my own. You have no hold over me. This is all you're doing, accursed minions of light. I should be the one at her side, not you or anyone else. I will take her beyond the reach of your poisonous influence and keep her safe. What have you done with Gaia? Nothing yet. But soon I will restore her to her true self, and you will help me to do so by conquering the adversary I present before you. Knew it was risky trusting an Ashian, but we played right into Mitron's hands. Agreed. There's no telling what kind of danger she's in, but wherever she is, I know she's giving her all. Even though we're apart, we'll fight as one. Together, we'll bring an end to Mitron's wicked schemes. Aside from being free, we don't really know what his schemes are. He doesn't even... well, anyways. Looks like Mitron's grip on Eden has loosened somewhat, perhaps to allow me to send you to the battlefield. Once you get there, don't let your guard down. While this may be a reenactment of a moment in history, the threat you face is very real. Whatever happens, you must make it through this. Gaia's counting on us. Eden's Promise. Litany. Now accessible. Alright, so I just wait for the rest of my team to get back. We'll go through and we will take care of whatever lies ahead of me in this litany. Zoe, are you there? Oh, I'm leader. Only, oh, I'm not leader. Okay, I thought I... Never mind, you queued us up. Wow. Yeah, I've just been away from the game for too long. We're gonna get in here, and hopefully I won't die as badly as I did in the last one. But I learned. About learning fights, if you want to teach other people to do it, you have to learn the fight basically 3 times. 4 times for some. You have to learn it as a tank, you have to learn it as a healer, you have to learn it as a ranged DPS, and a melee DPS. When you learn it as a tank, basically that's like boss positioning, when to use your cooldowns, if you need to use the level 3 limit break, because some bosses require that. Then, even at this level, going back and fighting Alexander, Alexander you can't really do unsynced because you will take lethal damage if you do not have the right damage inhibitors on you. I'm gonna have to look into that. I think every time that I've seen the fight done, yeah, there's a massive burst that the tanks need to pop the level 3 limit break if anybody wants to survive and you're just like left with maybe 5% health. the healers, you need to know where to stand, where not to stand, and when to toss out free heals. Heals are going to be like the absorbing shield that everyone gets. Well, that the shield from Scholars, I can't think of the name of the skill, and the regen from White Mages. And Astrologians are kind of like, they can flip-flop between those two. As the DPS, it's also important to know when you need to, where to stand, when to pop cooldowns again, and just not standing in fire. Basically, if you are taking damage that is not meant as raid-wide damage, you're doing something wrong as a DPS. Like, in the fight that I was just in, I screwed up. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know the boss fight, but by the time the second and third times the floor changed, I was not standing in front of the boss, and I was moving from square to square, not getting hit by that. I'm a big fan of the range DPS in this. Originally played World of Warcraft, I didn't, well, I should say when I originally played EverQuest, I didn't play any melee characters because my computer was relatively slow, even for running a game as weak as EverQuest. So I wasn't able to... The positioning in that game was some of the worst. Like, the mobs would, like, move past you and still be hitting the front of you. Which is good, because if they move past you and they're hitting behind you, then there's an issue. But it's like... they didn't have the pathing set up properly for them to go stop just in front of you and attack you. And mobs could stack. There was no clipping on mobs. Move right through people, you could move right through mobs, they couldn't block your access. And then World of Warcraft, that kind of carried over because I did not... I didn't do melee very well. Even when I did... Well, Final Fantasy XI was between those. And 11... it was a slower paced fight. Kind of like this is slower paced to World of Warcraft, but I feel this is more finely tuned. But in 11 I could do a melee job because I had time between attacks. It wasn't like the cooldowns that you see here. But you'll just have to go and see. It was set up more like the old Final Fantasy games, where it was a turn-based. You open the menu, you select your attack, and you go. But you've got the auto attack going, and then you've got the other skills that you're using. So, but World of Warcraft, I did not try a melee character until Wrath of the Lich King came out, and by then I had a. I take that back. I did not successfully play a melee character until Wrath came out. Oh, I lie. Because I did do my paladin. I made a paladin in Burning Crusade because our guild didn't have a good paladin tank, and at the time you needed a paladin tank to enter into Mount Hyjal. So Mount Hyjal required an AoE tank, and paladins were the only AoE tank, so I leveled and geared up my paladin, and then someone invited a friend of theirs. Ravening Antihero, the Shadowkeeper. Reminds me of something from Helsing. But yeah, somebody invited invited one of their friends, and they had better gear than me, but they could not play tank as well. So I would be in reserves on my pally tank, just in case they needed something. But whereas if you're unfamiliar with the battles of Mount Hyjal, it was you're defending. You played Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3? Crap. Okay, so that is a move with people. Kill. Got a Nova. Myself a Nature's Min, because I'm taking more damage. Backwards Implosion. Okay. Pay attention to the name. Got it. So Mount Hyjal, you have waves of attacks again, and during the first set of it, I think it's 8 waves, and each one varies, and they attack an outpost. You're defending the outpost, you have to keep Jaina Proudmoore alive. Give me a second, I'm trying to think and do it at the same time. Crap. I have no idea what just happened there. Got another stack of the debuff. Stand back here on people. Got a tank change, tank swap. Yep, that was me death. So, with the waves that you had in Mount Hyjal, first one wasn't as difficult to do anything. No, the first boss's waves, I should say. And it's when the second boss left Giga Slash. Okay. The second boss's waves require somebody to gain aggro on all of them and drag them someplace, while the off tank will pick up crap. Wasn't paying attention. Well, the off tank would grab the certain enemies and take them off to be main tanked, I suppose. And then the group would be DPS down, and then we would focus on the big guy. And the problem that comes up with that... Oh, okay. problem they came up with that is you needed to have high enough DPS to down all the mobs. And the AoE tank was the one that would grab everything. So they needed to survive and do things. And even with better gear, this other guy was unable to manage his cooldowns and tank everything appropriately. I'm going to try to move with full. Got it. Okay. So, you know, they eventually wanted that person to get their stuff geared up. And I wasn't allowed to say that the Paladin was going to be my main. My main was a Warlock. I loved playing my Warlock. But pretty much I had a lot of fun in the places that I in the like 4 or 5 raids that I took the Paladin tank into. Yep, got hit by everything. Hey, good job casting glare when there are people dead. I don't feel it's fair to give the debuff when somebody can't avoid it. Oh, did we make it to phase 2? Either this boss is very difficult to tell where the front is, or this tank keeps moving its direction. Ready to move. Move. When hug the boss. Well, Mount Hygel was seriously one of the most fun raids I've ever taken part in. It was designed by somebody that understood how a raid should function. Running. I don't know how to tell which one is which. Just whichever one gets linked. First stages of Mount Hygel were you defend twice at the human city. Then you go to an orc encampment. And then finally you fight at the World Tree. Never made it to the World Tree fight while it was current content. I had been relegated off to a different. I was a reserve. Angle. Go, armor. Armor and belt. Not really. So, it was not really politics, it was just, this guy came in and his main was a paladin, so, despite his bad attitude, they kept him around. But he sucked. Like, didn't win anything. Anything? Win anything, okay. I mean, as I said, he had better gear, but he was unable to stay alive. Mitron returned Gaia to us, but I have a feeling this isn't over yet. I think I'm gonna finish Eden. I'll let this cutscene play out. Warriors of Light, Shadowkeeper. I've seen all this before. Yes, you and I joined our power as one to create the Shadowkeeper. We bore witness to its battle with the Warriors of Light. Our power? So I was there. Oh, Gaia, it's not true. It can't be. How can you have been there 100 years ago? Look deep inside. You know it was real. Cast aside those worthless memories. Embrace who you truly are. Less. I see. This is why you've been tampering with my memories ever since I was a child. Just so. And now I possess the means to purge them entirely. Your rebirth will be finally complete. You have no right to deny me a life, to rob me of what I hold most precious. My memories may seem worthless to you, but not to me. I will never be yours. My place is here, in this world, in this life, in this moment. Wherever my friends are, that's where I belong. Then would you turn your back on our glorious past? On the lives we once lived? Any past I may have shared with you is long gone. I live in the here and now, striving to build a better future, and I'll be damned if I let you take that away from me. I think that's going to be a revelation as to the new melee class. Be reunited at long last, only to be shunned. Would that I had died with you, be reborn. Even without knowledge of your past, we may yet forge a future together. I'm sick of your riddles. Speak plainly or not at all. You and I fought the Warriors of Light as one, joined in both body and soul. When Ardbert struck his final blow, the light tore through the bonds that held us. Though you perished, I was condemned to a far worse fate. My flesh became my prison, and I was cursed to remain here, an abomination, while you lived on with others at your side. I will suffer it no more. You belong to me. I too was once held against my will, robbed of my freedom. To be trapped and alone for 100 years. I can't begin to imagine the pain I felt. That doesn't give you the right to deny Gaia a chance at happiness. We once knew happiness. True happiness. Until fate conspired to tear us apart. I will never let that happen again. We shall be joined as one, my memories yours, together for all eternity. The darkness rising within me. Mark. What is this? Why am I... Hold on, Gaia. Whatever it is, you mustn't give in. Were you? Yes, yes, now nothing will keep you from me. I am yours and you are mine. We are one. We remember. True. Guy really is a Ashian. The girl you once knew is no more. The Ashian who held the seat of Logriff is all that remains. Gaia is her true name. Logriff, how long has it been? How long have I dreamed of this day? That you, Mitron? Okay. That you, Mitron? Forgive me, I didn't recognize you. My defense, my memories have only recently been restored. My mind is still a little... Hardly surprising. No matter how many times we are reborn, it is disorienting to have everything change around you. And so, I immediately recognized your resplendent soul. I cling to the hope that one day you will likewise remember mine. You always were a forgetful one. I could never forget you, try as I might. Tell me, what do you know of my past? I admit my memory may need refreshing. We served together as members of the Convocation of 14, dedicated to the summoning of Lord Zodiark. Although the task assigned to you eventually fell to Adibus. Yes, I remember. Amidst the chaos and despair, you never left my side. loyal protector. But in the end, it was in vain. I was powerless to prevent Hydaelyn from tearing our world asunder. I heard from Emmett Selk, labored to make our world whole again. That's why he restored my memories, so that I can play my part. Our part. Alone we struggle, but by joining your power with mine, we may yet succeed. Power. You always were one for flattery. Oh, I assure you, I am quite sincere. It would be my honor to serve the cause alongside you. I shan't take no for an answer. The honor is mine. For as much as I chide and tease you, you are everything to me. My inspiration. When I'm with you, I fear nothing. Promise me that we'll never be parted again. I promise. Even should fate conspire to separate us, I will reach out to you wherever you may be. And I will come running. And we were destined to find each other, to awaken our buried past and be born anew. Though our brethren employ crystals to return sundered souls to their office, without them such a feat was beyond my reach. But by becoming one in mind and body, my memories are yours. At last you have awoken. Now the time has come to restore our world to the utopia it once was. Let Gaia go. You are not worthy to speak that name. You must call her anything use the name chosen by her parents. You even know what that is. No. To me, her name is Gaia. Nothing you say about her makes any difference to me. I don't care if she's Ashian. She's my friend. Was your friend. Never again will she answer to your cries. We'll break the shackles that bind her. Your wicked schemes have gone far enough. We're taking Gaia back. Cursed servants of light, you will not tear us apart again. Is this? Visions in my mind. Summoning. All your hopes and fears turned against you. There is no escape from your past. Okay. So I am going to be calling the stream here, but I'm going to go raid somebody. Always share the love with this. So, alright, let us to go see who is online that we can raid. Give me me a second to check out who's online. Who's online? Who can we do? If anybody is playing something close. Nobody's playing something that's close. It's a shame. I want to give... Let's give a little love to me. It's my chat. Why are you giving me the rules? He's playing the original Resident Evil, it sounds like. So let's get things started. Thank you all for being here. Be kind out there. Have a good solar cycle. Take care of yourself. Take care of others. Please be safe. I love you, and I hope that you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And let's get this raid started.